All right. Lap Goblin is in my lap. She'll jump down as soon as I talk enough. But yeah, let's work on getting this final piece of the oil processing system done. I still haven't looked up what kind of recipes this thing is going to do. Right, it's mainly going to be for cracking, but it's essentially like a big refinery. Right, it's going to have several inputs, several outputs, and you're going to be able to, you know, crack down like heavy oil if you don't need it, crack it down into whatever you need, I guess, as well as, you know, making plastic. But it's a big structure, huge structure. And this is what we've got done so far. This is what I did previously on stream, and yeah, we're just going to continue sort of grinding away at this. A structure this big, like, it takes a while. You know, my only concern is when you actually form this thing, like the number of blocks that have to get swapped, it's going to be a lot. So I'm a little concerned that when that happens, you know, people are going to experience let's just say some lag. But, you know, a person should not be forming and unforming and forming and unforming and forming and unforming all over and over and over again. So and it's not going to have any animations. I've decided, like, the issue that I had with the derrick with the animation, I don't want an even bigger structure with even more blocks in it to have an animation. So this won't have an animation. We could add like particle effects and stuff, but I don't really have any practice in that, so I'm going to have to figure out like how to do that. As well as sound effects. Like, I want to add like sound effects to everything too. So I'm going to have to go up on like freesound.org and just kind of find like generic machinery sounds or something like that. But anyway, so yeah, we are going to try to get this going. And I'm going to have my reference images. I have two. I have this one that you saw already. So that's one reference image. And then I've got one, I believe, on the side. So this one is the side. And, you know, a little bit of the back. So the back is fairly generic. But I think what I'm going to do is change this around. Because of the way the walkways and stuff work, I'm going to have a ladder going up the back and then come out on this walkway here, because you're not going to be able to walk inside of here. There's going to be way too many blocks, and the collision boxes, I can't do super tight collision boxes. It's just not possible with the current thing that I can do. So I'm going to try to make it accessible, but it's not going to be as tight as the immersive petroleum one, just because it's just not possible. Okay, so I need to figure out how tall these things here are, right? The towers. So this is going to be tower 2, 1. Tower 2, 2, 2, 3. Tower 2, 4. Tower 2, 5. 2, 6. Oh, 6. 2, 7. 2, and that's 8. Here we go. Now we have tower 1 and tower 2. So what I want to do is I want to basically duplicate these for the next block up, but then I want to make sure they're the right size and all of that kind of stuff. So, but we also need basically the fence scaffolding that goes up. And yeah, I'm gonna skip that middle walkway. That middle walkway, again, you're not going to be able to walk in there anyway. And there's nothing really in there that you need. But what we're going to do in the back, we're going to have a ladder going up the side all the way up to that top walkway. And then you'll actually be able to walk around. Because it's inset a block, right? Everything insets a block, so it leaves enough area around to walk around in. There's not going to be a railing up there. Yeah, there's a lot of little quirky things about this that, I've had to work with the engine. And, fiddle around with it a little bit. Like, I can't have one giant collision box, right? That's really finely detailed. It's just not possible. This Vintage Story is not built to support that at all. Okay, so let's take Tower 1, duplicate. What just happened? Tower 1. There it is. We want to move up 16, but we want it 16. Oh, no, not that 16. This is 16. Like that. And then all of these need to be 16 tall. Okay. Looks like there's some texture shenanigans going on over here. Yeah, let's fix those. I want to try to ensure that we have as clean of a starting point as possible. Oh, that's off. Is it out one? In one. There it is. And then last. Okay. That looks pretty good. Now we want to insert that into here because it's part of Tower 1. So if we hide Tower 1, the whole thing gets hidden. And now Tower 2, we want to do the same thing to get that prepped. Okay, so cube, we want to go up 16, and then we want to go 16 tall. And I'm guessing we're going to have the same issue here because we copied and pasted the other ones, so yeah. So just do that. Make it a clean break here. 16. Okay. That's good. And then we can push this into here. So now that's part of tower 2. Good. Now, how many blocks is this tall? Let me estimate this. So that's going to be 1. 1. I do have an exploded version here. So that's definitely 2 blocks, and then 3, and then 4, and then the walkway, which we are skipping, right? So that's 4, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So this is 10 blocks tall, right? They come up to the edge of this. This is where the inset happens. So the cylinders, or the 2 towers here, are 10 blocks tall. Now remember, we're going to have a lot of other details in here that aren't quite here yet. So we just have to kind of deal with this here. Okay, so what we do here is duplicate. Oh my, wrong one. Why is that 26? That should not be 26. Oh, right. That's 6. Position is 10. Position based off of this, which is 10. Okay. That was throwing me off. The fact that this was 10, it's 10 up from its parent, which is here, which is offset 6 because of this. I could stretch these down into that other cube. That wouldn't hurt anything. And that would make my numbers, better. But as long as it's 16, and then, so that is 3. 4. 5. 6. You can see how big this is getting. Okay. 7. 8. 9. 10. That is a beast. Okay, now this, we're going to do the same thing. Let's save it. Okay, now copy. So boink, and there's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Okay, Now for the tops of these, I believe the very middle. Well, we don't have a block there anyway, right? There's no block in the very center of this. But the top, if I can zoom in, is kind of a generic gray. So if we go face up, enabled image, is there just a normal gray? I might. How about import block, multi-blocks? There's a cat in my lap. Gunmetal light gray. That's what that is. That's even darker. Import. Dun, dun, dun. Painted. I think I have that in here already. Well, that's actually not too bad. All right, so let's copy that. Oh, the cat. The lap goblin has arrived again. And then paste. And up, enabled, paste. Up, enabled, paste. This is not going to look very good. Not at all. It doesn't. This texture, whatever this is, doesn't tile very well. Okay. Up, enabled, paste. Up, enabled, paste. Up, paste. Yeah, this doesn't actually tile very well. I mean, I think that looks better. Honestly, I think that looks better. Okay. Now I need a cube for inside of here. Yeah, I think I do. Let's duplicate this. $16. To go in there. Face. East. Clear. Enabled. Save. All right. Now for trying to think of how I want to tackle some of these details. Some of them are going to be fairly easy. So let's go back down here. We can minimize the towers. How many triangles are we up to? 1,700. We're gonna push the limits, I think, with this one machine. It's gonna be pretty spicy. So let's go here. Power IO. Well, yeah, I want to go here. Go new cube, and I want to pull this out. No, I don't want it part of Power IO. There we go. This cube, let's move it. Where are we? This is we want to go up. In maybe 3. Oh my god. I love when it catches the page and it zooms down and it's like, oh no, don't do that. Okay, so that is the start of the the fence thing going around, but we want to basically go up, clear, enabled, down, clear, enabled. We want to go north, image. Like, I could do one of two things. I could make this a straight up texture like this. and stretch the voxel and save us a little bit that way. Right, so if I did that, I could even use a textured voxel. It would stretch the pixels, but I don't know if. Oh man, I just don't know. This is what I did with the Derek. Is I made the vertical supports one solid color, and I was able to stretch that, to whatever lengths, and not distort the texture because it was just one solid color. It didn't matter. So I could do that, right? And then this would be like 160 voxels tall rather than 16, right? And then I need to set the face here to be 16. And that is one way of getting a little detail out, right? Granted, there's not a lot of individual like texture detail in there. You can't really do that very easily, but it is a way to get some detail in without breaking the bank on voxels. Otherwise, I would need 10 layers, right? Just like I did the towers, I would need 10 layers, 10 copies of that going all the way up to the top. And I don't really think that's necessary. So what I'm going to do then is go here. This is going to be scaffold lower 1. How about just scaffold low 1? And then I'm going to copy and we're going to move it down. There's another detail that's going to go into this, and that is going to be a lip ridge going around this whole thing. So yeah, this is not done yet. Okay, and so I'm going to take this scaffold, put it into that scaffold, copy the whole enchilada, right? And then we're gonna shuffle it this way. The problem is this is 3 wide. I should have made it 4. Should I do that now? 4, 4. 4 and 4. And then back 1. Because 3 is not going to sit in the very center of this thing much at all. So 4 and 4. 4, 4, back. Okay, and then I need to make sure it's centered. I think I need right there. I think that's centered right in the smack middle. Yeah, because it's 6 in, right? Position 6. It's 6 in, then 7, 8, which is right in the center, and then 9, 10, which is the other side. So that's right in the center. Okay, and then we want to duplicate that one more time. And put that there. Okay. That might be too light. That really blends. That really blends in. I think these need to be darker. So we're going to backtrack. Face. Why is the north? Oh. That's why they were so light. Copy. Paste. 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 I did make them darker. It's just I didn't paste that across the whole thing. Okay. So let's try that again. These are still 4-4, right? Yeah, 4-4. So now we're going to copy. And we're going to position these like that. Then we're going to copy the whole thing. And then do that one more time. Like so. There we go. That's what I wanted. You know, having a contrast that is helpful. Okay. Now we want 3 different cross beams going across. So we're gonna, let's copy this one. We're gonna move this down here. We're gonna bring this here and here. And then this one, we're going to have 4. So if it's 10 blocks tall, and our baseline is 64 tall, 10 blocks would be 160 voxels, which doesn't really divide by 3 very well. Right? So it's like if we go like 3 and a little, like 3 blocks, and we saddle it around 3 blocks, and then we saddle it around. Well, no, it's we're dividing it into 4 pieces, not 3. So it would work every 2 blocks, 2, and then 4, and then 6. No. 10 blocks divided by, divided by 4 is not, it's like 2.5. Yeah, it would be 2.5 blocks. So the width here, voxel size, 128. Okay, let's offset it in 4. Okay. Shrink it back to there. I want to shrink it 3.5. 43.2. What I'm trying to make sure we have is no Z fighting textures, because that's really annoying when that happens. Okay, so the face, we're going to copy up enabled paste. And what's going on? 16. And down enabled paste. Close, paste, and 16. Okay. Now, east and west, we don't need. So clear, enabled, clear, enabled. Yeah. Okay, so 2 blocks up, or 2.5 blocks up, would be 64. 16, so it'd be 32. So 96. So it'd be 104. But I want to bring it down 2 because I want it to straddle that midpoint. Which is, 2.5. It's 2.5 blocks. Scaffold low. Okay. So we're going to duplicate. And then we're going to bring it up 32, 40. Right? And then down 2. And then do it again. 40. Well, 10 blocks, 2.5. So 7.5 blocks times 16. 7.5 times 16. 120. Wait. What? Oh, it's 120. Yeah. It's 120. Plus 60 or minus 60. Well, why is my math off on that? It should be because it's doing it relative. Yeah. So 120 plus 64. 184. And then down 2. There we go. Yeah, it was the offsets offset from the parents always. So it's like this offset, then it offsets it again, and it just threw my numbers off. Okay. So the other thing I want to do here is, well, we want to duplicate this. Up above here, this is where the walkway is going to be. Okay. So let's copy all of this. There we go. I think that's right about where it should be. Again, I'm just trying to eliminate the Z fighting here. I mean, we could put like little rivets. We could put little details in here. We have lots of rivets down here that we could copy. Okay, so now let's grab one of these, copy, drag it out. we're going to bring it down. Oh my God, I did it again. I did it again. Down. I don't know why it catches like that sometimes. Okay, so what we want to do is voxel size is going to be 4. All right, now that we can see it properly. And face east enabled copy paste west enabled paste. Okay, now cube voxel size God, I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I can't think straight. Okay. Now, yeah, this is embedded in that a little bit. Let's see if we can pull that out here. Okay. Now, the size. There we go. So, want to get this back to even here. Now the size, we want this to be very, very large. Like that. Now this is not going to have a cross brace in here, so it doesn't need to be like, 3-point blah 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 voxels thick. It can be the full 4. Okay, and then what are the faces that we may not need? We do not need the north-south, so we want to do clear enabled, south, clear enabled. East, west, up, down are fine. Oh. Save, duplicate, cube, and raise it up. Good. 2, 140. One more. 182. Perfect. So now we can push those into a group. Duplicate the whole group. And now we want to push it to the other side. Oh, should we do the middle too? I think we should. I don't know. I do not know. Doesn't look like they have stuff going through the middle. Obviously, there's a walkway here, but there is a like power cable going up for some reason. I don't know what that's supposed to reference. I mean, this is obviously modeled after something. I just don't know what they were going for here. So yeah, I haven't done any of that. Like, there's a bunch of little details down here that I need to put in. Okay, now that we have this, the tough part is that walkway up on top. So this we want to go down maybe one voxel. And we need an up face on this. So let's just copy, go up, enabled, paste. Because there's going to be a walkway going around the top. You know, and it's going to, obviously cover these, but we want to make sure these are not Z fighting. And then we want to go up, enabled, paste. Up, enabled, paste. Up. Okay, and then we want to take these and go down. That is going to be this. I don't know why moving the mouse wheel up makes it go down, but it is what it is. Okay. So, a little bit of detail coming out now. Very nice. Why do I sense we're getting Z fighting here? We're not really getting Z fighting, it's just highlights. Okay, now I mean, the ladder that's a different monster altogether. I'm thinking about putting that in the back and just having an extra voxel going all the way up to the top, up here. You'll be able to climb the ladder going up to be able to place blocks and work your way up, right? Because this is why you're not going to be able to walk inside of here, because there's going to be a lot of blocks inside of here that are just going to, it's just going to block your way. You're not going to be able to get around. And this is going to be different from, the Mercer Petroleum one, just because somehow, and I don't know how, somehow they're able to do really, really detailed collision boxes. I don't know how they did it. Unless Minecraft can just support that. Unless Minecraft can support that the collision box equals the shape of the object, which would be phenomenal. That would solve so many problems. But that's not how Vintage Story works, so. Okay. Now, yeah, what we want to do here is let's combine all of our scaffold lows. Right? So it's all one group. Link. And then we're going to put the walkway on top. So we want an extra voxel, not part of Power IO. All right, and then we want voxel size like 16, 6, 16. And we want it much higher. Okay. I might have to shrink these down a very small amount. Or maybe not. Maybe we can just keep the gap here. I don't know. The gap here could be where the inner, right, where the inner scaffolding starts. I don't know why these little sections like jut out like that. Like they don't do that down here, but for some reason they do it up here. I don't really understand why. But yeah, this is another probably 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 blocks tall, at least. Doesn't look like it. Like it doesn't look like it's as tall as this section, but it's actually pretty tall. Which is kind of surprising. But if we come in here, let's go push this into a corner somewhere. Like so. Now, let's do face, image, well, north, up, image, import, mesh, apply, copy, down, paste, and then north, image, import, multi-block, apply, And that big gap there is the support. That's fine. And then copy, paste, paste, paste. Like that. And then the voxel, we need to set render pass transparent. Right? That will make it render properly. Now I'm a little, let's see. If we instead do this and we bump this up like 0.2 voxels. So it's up just tiny amounts, right? Just a tiny amount. That'll prevent the Z fighting on this surface when I copy and paste this all over. Okay. This is gonna be so crazy. This is gonna be catwalk. Let's just do upper catwalk. And then copy. And again, I don't right now with multi-blocks, I don't really have a way of doing the railings. I mean, I could, but I mean, it just would take so much time. It would take so much time. So, like, for now, it's not going to be OSHA approved. That's for sure. Let me just put it that way. Not OSHA approved. All right. Now, the textures, if we go south, enable, south, enable, north, enable, north, enable, south, enable, north, enable. I really wish this was hotkeyed. God. You know, whoever's working on these apps needs to use them, like, heavily. Like, sit down and model something like this, and all of the little features, all of the little shortcut keys, all the little quality of life things that your brain is like, I wish it did this. That's what you implement. Like, that's the go-to, like how to do this. How to do a feature like this. That would be brilliant. Now, I could technically disable the face underneath this, but I don't know if the game is going to draw this texture underneath. Right? I don't know if it draws the underneath texture. This software does, but this is a different rendering, completely different rendering system, right? This is a Java-based app. So yeah, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna disable the east My God. East. 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 And east. I didn't clear the textures first. I just disabled them. Because now when I go in here and I copy the whole thing, right? All of these are in here. Now I copy it and we're going to shuffle it in. These, I'm going to remove the west face. West. Enabled. West. Enabled. West. West. Enabled. Okay. And I'm going to copy it again. And I think it's on the, yeah, it's on this axis. And I'm going to copy it again. And we're going to delete that. Copy again. 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 And again. And then let's delete that. Hello, Grendel. Okay. And then over here, I need to re-enable east. And it should have kept, yeah, it should have kept. There we go. Upper catwalk. And there it is. So now we can just boink. There we go. I already bumped them up. The catwalks are 0.2 voxels higher. Right? Here's the yeah, they're two voxels thicker. Or I should say 0.2. Right? Rather than be down here, they're up here. Because yeah, otherwise it would Z fight. If I had these down here, it would definitely Z fight right there. But they're bumped up a little bit. So now the ladder, if we want to put the ladder in here, we can go File, Import. Where would that be? Shapes, Block, Deco, Metal Ladder, Open. Where did it put that? Okay. So I put it all in here. Now, right there. This is going to be the front. This is going to be the back. So the ladder will go up the back, up to the top here. So it's not going to be a perfect cube, or not a perfect rectangle. There'll be a little bit of a bump out where the ladder goes up. And this will be the most obvious ladder placement going up the back side of this thing. It's just going to be an extra voxel sticking out the back. But now we want to texture this. And I cannot for the life of me remember what texture I used for the ladders. Copy, paste. Image. Let's go up. Vintage. Mod assets. Vintage. Block types. Deco. Metal ladder. So it's just the steel material, the steel ingot material, basically is what that ladder is made of. So textures. Assets. Survival. Textures. Item. Block. Block, metal, ingot, even though ingots aren't blocks. Block, metal, ingot, steel. Block, metal, ingot, steel. So, I mean, it's just a dirty, like, why is my computer keep, like, refreshing itself? That's really concerning. Well, let's just try. Just put steel in there. I know I'm duplicating a texture, but in order to be able to see it in here, I need to be able to map it. Because I have the texture, that texture directory is mapped in this app, and so I need that. I need it to be loadable in here. So let's just open steel, apply, copy, paste. Yeah, that's essentially what it is. And then up, we're going to disable up and down on that. We're going to disable up and down on that one. And there we go. The Z fighting in here doesn't matter. You're not going to be able to see that. So we're going to rename this to ladder 1. Because we need many. We need many, like 14 copies of this. So yeah, let's just get her done. Go up, cube, 16. Put that in there. Copy 32. Copy 48. Copy 64. Copy 80. Copy 96. Copy. Okay. Now, that is a lot of ladders. So many ladders. So what do we want to do? Is there anything we want to do up on top here regarding this? First of all, we need these face vertical pull up enabled. Up enabled. There we go. So now what we could do here is basically take one of these, bump it out, and do a little like safety box on top, but I don't know. We could do that. We could do that. So that way it may be a little bit easier to walk up and, get up here. The only problem is I can't copy this because it'll copy the whole line, right? So I have to like copy like this one. So let's copy that and drag it down. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. Yeah, I'm well aware of the safety railing desire, but there's just no way to do that. Right? With a collision box, there's no way to do that easily. The way the technical details of how the multi-block system works, that is not something that is easy to do. Because it would require building a block on the outside of the walkway, because the collision boxes for Vintage Story cannot exceed the size of a block. Okay? So you cannot have a collision box that is this nicely designed railing, right? You can't have that. So I would have to subdivide the collision box, right, into individual little collision boxes going around. And I just, that can be somebody who wants to just grind away at that feature. More power to them. I would love the feature 100%. I would love a feature like that, but technically very, very difficult to do. Very difficult. Okay, so this face north enabled. This we want north enabled, east enabled, west enabled. And then this one is, we're going to copy, and this is going to be shuffled over here. Just to giving a little bit side to side, you know, as you go up, you can kind of go off to the side if you want. Then I need this north enabled. There we go. Now, that little detail is done. That was a lot of ladder segments. Whew. Does the player need access? Well, not once it's built. Once it's built, you should never need to go up there. But you do need to get up there when you build it. So having that ladder right there is going to help build the thing, right? And it, you know, it makes for a good vantage point. Building a structure, you know, nearly 30 blocks tall, you're going to want to way up there. If anything, for a jumping off point for, you know, a glider or something. There's still a bunch of details down here I haven't gotten to, but it is what it is. I want to try to get the basic shape of it done. Okay, so now we're at this area up here. So I have a better view of that here. And then we can look at, yeah, I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's like 11 blocks tall, which is crazy because that's exactly how tall these are. There's another 11 blocks on top of this. That's crazy. Yeah. It's yeah, the things I'm modeling are loosely based on Mercer's Petroleum. But mine, you know, this is the Mercer Petroleum, this is the coker, right? This is what you build this, they call it the coker. And in the Mercer Petroleum, it only has one recipe, and that's it. There's just one thing that this thing does. Whereas mine, I'm basically the chemical plant, right? This is just, it's a generic, more generic term, like chemical plant. It's going to allow a lot of different recipes. And, you know, you'll be able to, like, you know, even modders will be able to add their own recipes to it, but it's going to allow a lot of different combinations of things at really high power and really fast crafting. So, right. So it's like a refinery slash, you know, whatever. It is what it is. Okay, so literally these are 10 blocks tall. Right? So, realistically, this upper catwalk, let's just... Should I make this part of the ladder, or should I make this part of the catwalk? I think I should make it part of the catwalk. Like that. Okay. So I'm tempted just to copy this scaffold low and just move all of the, just shrink everything together, because it's like it's already done. It's the height that it needs to be. This thing is going to be so big. It's going to be so big. Yeah, swapping this thing in the game, once you have it built and you right click that interaction block with a wrench just to finish it, it's going to be spicy. It's going to be crazy number of blocks that are going to have to be swapped. It's brutal. That's going to be brutal. I mean, it's going to be two chunks tall, right? It's not going to be exactly 2 chunks, because that's 64 blocks. So it's not going to be 64 blocks, but right now it's 14 blocks, and we're adding another 10 or 11 blocks on top of that, right? So it's going to be like 25 blocks tall. Which is going to be a little bit taller than a max-size distillation tower. Okay, so if I want this scaffold low, let's do a triangle check here. Now we're at 2,700 triangles. Yeah, we added 1,000 triangles with that ladder and with the catwalk. 1,000 triangles. Yeah, that ladder is one of the more intricate, detailed things in this. I mean, I could go in here and like delete every other rung, and that would save, a few hundred tries. So, there are little efficiencies that you could do here and there. But yeah, if we do another 10... So let's just grab that. And then we want to go... I'm going to go down to there. Okay. Okay, now we want to edit all of these, right? So let's save it. Now the problem is, when I start moving these, because they're married to one another, right? It's a cascading hierarchy. If I move this in, it's going to move all of these. So if I only want to move this, that is going to... I'm going to need to I need to untether all of these together. Right? See, these are all hierarchied on like this one here. So if I move this one in, the entire system will move in. So what I need to do is basically just pull all of these out. I really hate doing this though. Okay. So now this I can move in because there's nothing based on that. So I can then position minus 48 over 645 4 right on the corner. Like that. That's basically where these things are sitting. There might be a little bit of an inset there, but I'm not going to worry about that for now. So this is minus 11. Then we want this to be over. And we want another one of these. Like that. Okay, so okay. Okay, now ooh. Okay, so all of these, we do need these all going in the same amounts. So let's actually use that to our advantage. And actually, let's see, these we don't want to do that. So let's move these in. We'll worry about the lengths in a second. Oh my god, if I could use the right... There we go. Okay. And then these. We want red axis. These want to go back. Now, let's get the lengths and stuff all squared away. And get these offset the way they need to be. So we're going to bring them in and then shrink them down. 230. Same thing with these. Move them in. And then shrink them down. Okay. Save. Save frequently, everybody. Now we want to move these in and shrink them down. So that's red axis. Let's get these in. Make sure they're where they need to be. And then how 94. That looks about right. Now these. All right. So these are sitting on these towers, you know, because if I put these out in the middle here, it would literally be a platform sitting on a flimsy platform, and structurally it would be very unsound, you know. While these are sitting effectively sitting on a concrete, you know, platform. And there'll be other stuff down here as well, but okay, so the scaffold there is essentially what we need. Now if we look here, this is a block space. This is literally where the block space sits, and the top is literally the boundary of it. Now there's a 0.2 voxel thickness difference, so you would technically be walking on, you know, your feet would be clipping into the floor just a tiny amount. It would be unnoticeable though, rounding error basically. And so the ladder for this will be in this block space, but again, this one is going to be different because you're going to have to be standing in the inside facing out, placing the ladder at the edge of this block to go up, right? Because you get off of this ladder, you have this block space empty, and then this block space you run into the ladder, but you run into basically the backside of the ladder. That's how I've done this. That's why, you know, several of the machines that have ladders, you have to be facing the other direction when you place the ladder, because you're literally walking up the backs, like the facing the ladder, you're walking up the backside of it. It's still a ladder, but the way that I've done the dummy blocks, right? The dummy blocks are climbable on any direction. So the dummy blocks themselves are just ladders. But in order to get the effect of, hey, there's a ladder right here that you can walk up to get up to the top of this, I have to reverse that, and you have to be facing the other way when you place it. This one down here, you don't, because it's up against the wall, right? It's up against this block. That works. That actually works fine. But yeah, I wish I could do a railing. It would look better. But if I put a railing around this, especially if it was on the inside, right, of this block, right, this is the block space. If there was a railing that was on this side of the block, there would be no walkway in here because of how the collision boxes work. I don't have dummy blocks that have very thin collision boxes. Now, Blue Lightning assured me that there was a way to do it. There was a way to do some crazy intersection calculation for collision boxes that would automatically calculate each block space's collision box. And so, he told me that there is a way to do it where you could define a collision box for the whole giant shape in some way. And then each individual block location would take its block space, right? 16 by 16 by 16 voxels, and then do an intersection with the big shape of the collision box, giving you the exact collision box of its position. But he skipped town before we even got close to me seeing how that actually works. Because I was like, okay, well, if you can do this, then great. I'll put it into the design doc. And then he just, I don't know. He just skipped town. He just stopped helping. I don't know if it was something I said, but it was sad. Like I really wanted to work with him. But if he ever comes back, he could polish up the code like no one's business. That guy is phenomenal. Very gifted coder. Okay, so this, we're going to copy and move this down. Okay, and then we're going to move it in. Oh, I have to use the bathroom again, believe it or not. God, stop doing that. Okay, I need to move it like 2 voxels further in. Right there. Okay, bathroom break. I'll be right back. All right. Yeah, I have I just turned my air conditioner off. The streams where I have my air conditioner going, I have to use the bathroom more often than when I don't. It's funny. Okay, so I think visually we could inset this. What, 2 voxels? This is on the blue axis. But visually it'll be inset 2, but the face you'll go up will be the block face. So it'll be 2 voxels out, but you shouldn't. People really, I doubt, would even notice that. Okay, so up here we have. Oh, I don't know if I have any better. Yeah, there's some. I don't know what they, when they modeled this, I don't know what they used as their like baseline, but yeah, this middle walkway, there's no point to that. There's literally nothing in there. These are basically, I would imagine, where the particle effects, smoke particle effects would be coming out of. I don't know. I like, I've never worked at a refinery, so I don't know like how accurate to model this or what it would look like realistically. But because you have this pipe coming out of here, going up here, all the way up to here, and then inserting into here, right? So this pipe, whatever you put into there, is like coming all the way up here to drop into the top of these. I don't quite understand. So I think we're just going to have to YOLO this and just kind of do whatever works. Oh, so many ladders. So scaffold. Yeah, this scaffold low is not. It's not really low. I wish you could rename something en masse. That would be nice. Okay, there's that scaffold able to be, and then ladder top, ladder 1. Okay. Well, I would welcome somebody helping and making the art different, the style different, textures. I work with what I have, and I'm a one-man band, right? I've had very little help making this mod, and it's huge. This mod is huge. So what do you want? Like, there's only so much time that I can devote to something, and I'm not a super big artist, so trying to match an art style, not really my cup of, like, it's just not my specialty. I build machines, I make machines work. I have pipe system, electrical system. There's like 5 different systems in this mod, right? Actual different mod systems. And they all interact with one another. And there's little edge case bugs, and there's things to fix, and there's feature requests and all of that. I don't really have time to make it lore accurate and try to, do that. It's just I'm just trying to get something working, because I hit the end game in, Vintage Story. You hit Steel in Vintage Story, and there's literally nothing to do after Steel, right? There's nothing to do. Once you hit Steel and you've got Steel tools and you've got all of that, the game is over. There's nothing left to do. So that's where that's where my vision came in. Is you hit Steel, that then unlocks all of this, right? There's stuff to do after Steel. That's the whole point. And reasons to craft and mine and find, like you in order to build this, you're going to need hundreds of iron and steel, right? Hundreds of iron and steel. So it's not without its challenges to build this. You're going to need to go crazy on mining and prospecting and all of that in order to be able to build this stuff. But, eventually I'm going to have a void miner. We're going to have a temporal crafter. We're going to, there's a ton more stuff left, right? The mod is not done. So there's a ton more. And there's a ton that other modders could plug in and do stuff with. There's an endless amount of stuff that you can do. So the eventual design of the mod, what I intend for, and it's not implemented yet because I wanted people to be able to test and try things out. But the main thrust of the mod, the machines, right, electricity itself, eventually will not be unlockable until you visit the Resonant Archives. And in the library of the Resonant Archives will be plans, blueprints that unlock the recipes of the mod, right? The primary LV generator, alternator, motor, and the rest of the recipes, right, will be unlocked when you go to the Resonant Archives and you find the blueprint and read the blueprint, just like the glider, right? The glider is unlocked once you reach the Resonant Archives. Just like that, they'll be unlocked when you get to that. So it'll force you to basically run through the first part of the game completely vanilla, right? Basically, the only thing that I'm planning on allowing to build prior to getting to the Resonant Archive is the creosote oven, right? Because the creosote oven is just a bunch of bricks, and you can already craft the beehive kiln, right? You can already craft a whole bunch of stuff with bricks without any major technological advancement. And so the creosote oven would be a very basic machine, right? It's a multi-block. It forces you to make clay bricks and get introduced to that, and as well as the pipes. So the pipes and the creosote oven basically hey, you can build this before you get to the Resonant Archives, but it's severely limiting on what you can do, right? The creosote oven is very limited. You can make wood tar creosote and coal tar creosote, and there might be a charcoal recipe. I can't remember if I allowed that or not. I can't remember if I did a recipe, but that's going to be the gist of it. So you'll be able to build up, a several tanks worth of creosote, but not really do much with it. You can make like treated planks, but again, you can't really do much with it until you get to the resin archives. And then that, once you're there and once you go through that whole puzzle, will unlock electricity and all of the other things, which will also unlock the consequences of electricity, which I haven't really. I've described it on some of my streams of what I want to try to do. And there's a mod. There's already a mod that sort of does this, but there's a mod that spreads the devastation. Right? It literally like spawns in these things that spread devastation, and the devastation just starts taking over the world. Now, when I saw that, I was like, oh shit, that's very close to what I want to do. But what I want to do is very similar to Fortresscraft Evolved, and the hives, right? The hives that grow. Once you start using electricity, once the Delphi generators and stuff start, and the more power you make, right, the more chances you are of having this happen. But what I want to have happen is when you start generating power, that actually starts attracting the rust devastation sort of mechanic, and any rifts that open in a vicinity around where you're generating power have a chance to spawn sort of a rust anomaly. I don't know how to I don't really have labels for these yet. I'm not good on making up names, but sort of an anomaly that acts like the hive mind in Fortresscraft Evolved, and then that starts building shells and then starts growing this corrupted material towards where the power is being generated, and then you can then look at that and start fighting back with other machines and stuff. So it's like integrating a little bit like a threat. Like there's a consequence to using power, right? But there's also a really lucrative resource that you get by using power, right? There's the material you're going to extract from these things, you're going to be able to use to craft like even better materials. So it's like I have a lot of ideas and plans, but it's just I'm the only one here, and for some reason the mod has not really attracted much of a group of people to say, hey, what do you want to work on? You want to work on the blah blah blah? You want to work on this? You want to work on that? Textures, models, whatever. No, nobody's come forward to say, hey, I want to help with this. So I kind of have to do it all myself, and it's just slow. It makes things slow. Plus, I'm not currently using AI to generate code for this. Right? There's no AI code in the mod, and there are several reasons for that, not the least of which is, people have very specific feelings regarding that. But for one, I don't really have access to really high level AIs, right? I can't afford super high level AIs to do the work for me, and so I have to do all the work myself. But it also allows me to know the code base better than anything. So it just is what it is. Oh my god, I did it again. Is that origin really off? Okay, there it is. I hate when it scrolls on its own. There we go. Now. Okay. But AI code is, as much as people feel about it, it's not going away. Okay? So give yourself some time, but warm up to the idea, because it's getting better and better and better. And there are currently high level developers out there that have 20 or so agents coding constantly, that they're able to produce, like, one person is able to produce as much work as 30 or 40 developers. Okay, so this sort of process is not going away. It is way too productive for people to turn their back on it. So just know, going forward, game companies, software companies, other employers, this is where it's going. This is not going to go away. No matter how much people fight it, it is going to dominate the coding space and a lot of other spaces, but very much the coding space. So as much people as want to fight it, right, it's better to learn how to use it now, right, than 4 years from now having no experience with it and not being hireable anywhere. Okay, so just know that if you're a developer, this is not going away. It's here to stay. And it's only getting better. Every new version comes out, it only gets better. So I know people, it's a heated topic, and there are people on both sides, and I have had my frustrations when I have tried to use it to try to maybe debug something. There are places that it's just dumb as a box of rocks, and I'm like, what the hell? Why do people tout this up? Like, I don't understand it, right? I struggle with it, and I'm like, what the hell? It's completely bonkers. Like, this is stupid. But then there are really high level people that are spending crazy amounts of money on the high level enterprise versions of all of these AIs that are actually able to do this, because there's more compute going on behind the scenes than somebody like me who's got a free or a low paid version of it. It's like I don't have access to the bleeding edge of like what they're doing, right? That's hundreds and hundreds of dollars a month. I can't afford that, so I don't have access to that. But that level is going to eventually trickle down to everybody, and then the higher levels are going to have even more crazy stuff, right? So it's like, we're right now in this race. We're in a race to figure out where this fits in the grand scheme of things. It's not going away. There is not going to be some event in the future where people are going to be like, well, we're going to delete all of these AIs. We're going to delete them all. We don't need them anymore. It's like, no. That's not going to happen, right? It's as if the car, like, think back to when the cars first started being invented, right? When what's his name, Benz, built his little car, and his wife went on a little road trip, and then he started selling cars, right? And then Henry Ford comes in and starts mass producing them with the Model T. At no point in that process did people go, well, let's just scrap everything and go back to horse and buggy, right? This it's not going to happen. It's going to be a very fast transition from where we were to where we're going to be with this AI thing. This is as big or bigger of a change to humanity as the Industrial Revolution, right? Think of the Industrial Revolution, steam power and then oil power. What effect that had on humanity. Where we're at right now is as big or bigger than that. Okay? So there is no point where humanity is just going to turn its back on this. There is way too much potential for it. right? And yes, there's bad and there's good and there's awful and there's always that with everything, right? Every new technology has that kind of attitude, but at no point are people going to be like, "Well, we've had enough. We're just gonna delete everything." It's like, no, that's not going to happen. So I know people have strong feelings about this, right? I have strong feelings about this, but understand that eventually you're going to have to warm up to the idea of games coming out where some of the code was AI generated, right? This is bottom line going to happen, and if you judge a project strictly based on that, you're ignoring the fact that there is a person behind all of that that's driving the creativity, right? Having an AI code something doesn't make that AI creative. The person driving that is the creative. So it still takes a person to drive features, to drive content. The AI just makes prototyping and turnaround much faster, right? And debugging and all of that, like it's not going anywhere. So I understand, like I understand people's reluctance, but you eventually this is going to be everywhere. Okay, it's already in more places than you probably know, right? This is in way more domains than you can possibly imagine, right? That you don't know that it's happening. I'm sure that there are entire mods for Vintage Story, entire mods that have come out in the last 6 months that are entirely AI generated code, right? They just don't tell anybody that. Okay, so it's like, I can guarantee you this is happening. So it's just like, yeah, it is what it is. Fight it as long as you want. I'm not saying you don't, but it's not going anywhere. It's too good of a tool. It's a phenomenal tool. I've used it here and there for some of the mods that I've made for other games. Especially if a game is coded in a scripting language or something that I'm not 100% familiar with. Project Zomboid was a good example. I've got a couple mods for Project Zomboid, and that game has such a catastrophic backend. It's so bad. It's got like a Lua/Java backend, and it is a mess. Project Zomboid is a horrible mess of code. And so I was trying to navigate that and trying to update a mod that I wanted to play with. I had to use AI to sort of like navigate that, and it was phenomenal at helping me do that. It did a really good job, not a perfect job. I caught it in many mistakes. So you still have to have coding knowledge. A lot, if you're doing something complex, you've got to be able to catch it when it does something wrong, right? And there's a lot of really funny memes out there about how AI can get something really, really wrong. Okay, so if we want to... Let's see, where's the front? Let's get to the front. Let's get this. Copy. Go down here. Tower 1. Top. And then bump this up. And then face. Image. Import. Multi-blocks. Light engineering. Apply. Copy. North. Enabled. Paste. East, enable paste. West, enable paste. South, enable paste. Okay. Copy. Tower 2, top. God, why does this constantly? Why is this? Come on, shrink that down. Okay, so tower 2 top. Let's move this over here. Yeah, I read my YouTube chat. Right? But I'm trying to do something here. I'm trying to model a giant ass building. So, do you want me to do this? Or do you want to chat? Right? I try to do both. But I favor trying to get something done as much as I can. Not always successful, but I try to get, whatever I'm doing for the day, I try to do that. So I love interacting with people, but like if you wanted to chat, we can chat. I can just sit back in my chair and we can chat. But it takes a lot of concentration to be able to do this and do this right. Okay, so this is I basically want a pipe, right? So essentially in my mind, you have two fluids going into this that are mixing, maybe you're heating them, right? And you're cracking something down. That fluid is going into here, which you're doing various things with. Maybe there's a bunch of, fluid outputs that it cracks into, which then is a fluid out. And then maybe there's an item out because you could maybe put a fluid in here and an item in here and make maybe plastic or something like that. So yeah. Yeah, that's immersive engineering. Same with this. There's a heavy engineering. There's a yeah. These are the textures I'm using is from a texture pack. From immersive engineering. It's just I have to have something. Like I said, I'm not a texture artist. If y'all wanted to update the textures and put out a texture pack or do a PR, do a pull request and say here's a bunch of textures, right? Here's a bank of textures that I did. But nobody wants to do that. So I have to get something done here. And so I just I have to do a thing. So tower 1 pipe 1. So let's go over. We're going to shrink it down maybe 6. Nope. This is going to be 16. This will be 6. And that'll be 6. Or 6, maybe 8. 8 might be better. And 8. And then we want these to come up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And then face. Let's do south first so we actually can see it. Image, import. Right here. Oh, this one apply. We want to switch this 90 degrees. And that's perfect. Okay. So we copy. Let's go up. Paste. 90. West. Paste. 90. Wait. Oh. West I can clear enabled. East clear enabled. North paste 90. And then I need to re-enable the down. Enable paste 90. Okay. Save. Now, what I could do is I could add a little lip to this. So if we go here and we say this is going to be, oh, let's go to cube. Where is this at? Okay, this is bottom corner. So we want to go to 10, 12. Or should we do one voxel will probably be better. 1, 1, 11, 11, 10, 10. And then too thick. And we want to place it right there. Okay. And then let's put a darker face on that. So let's go up, image, apply, copy, paste. That's too dark. Image. Copy, paste. I think a texture. Let's do import. A texture with a clear, like, dividing line. Would be helpful. Yeah, there's a reason why the mod is called Vintage Engineering. It's loosely it's inspired by immersive engineering, right? And immersive petroleum. That's why it's named like it is. Let's see. Is there apply. Copy, south, paste, down, paste, north, paste. Like that. Okay. Now this face. Copy, paste. Looks a little bit better. But let's see if we can't. So up 40610. Four 0610. There it is. Okay. Let's see. What are these? Junction. I don't know what they're technically called, but whatever. So copy. Why did that stretch out upper catwalk? Let's put that into here. And then one more should join these together. Okay, that was not in the right spot. I was like, because it had gone in there one voxel. I'm like, that should not go in there one voxel. Okay. So now we want basically the whatever that is, like smokestack like thing, right? That's what that looks like. Just this stack coming up to the top. Not really sure why you need so much infrastructure around a smokestack, but you know, it is what it is. It's a visually engaging shape, I guess. Things and stuff. Okay, so we're gonna go here. And we're gonna do another cube on that. And this is going to be Tower 1 smoke stack. Okay, and we want to move it up. We want it to be 8, 8, 16, base. We are on the south side. Image. Apply. Eight, 16, 16. So copy, north, paste, east, paste, west, paste, up, clear, enabled, down, clear, enabled. Okay, so do we want a detail like this going up? I honestly don't think so. But if we go like that, 8, 1, 16, 15. Because this texture would not, blend well, staggering going up. Um, hmm. So, what are these? 4, 6, 10. Okay. Um, and then I need to do 90. Oh, okay. Okay, now Hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. All right, now we want. I'm going to take this. Move it into there. Take this. Move it into there. We are going to take this. Delete. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, that's a problem. These are all predicated off of this. This is why I hate that we can't we can't have empty like groups, right? It's a shape, and then the shape is predicated on another shape. I want an empty group that's not based on a shape. I suppose you probably could, but the game would try to render that. Because if I delete this one, right? That's fine. I can delete that, but I can't move this one because the whole platform is based on that, right? And it's really not easy to change that. All of the other ones that are based on that would have to get dragged into a different thing. But I'm gonna have to do it anyway, so you might as well just do it, right? You might as well just do it because let's delete that. We're going to offset this in minus 64 to minus 48. Okay, and then we're going to do it back to minus 16. Okay. So that's all of those. And then the rest, well, for one, this one is going to have to be deleted. These are going to come back. Actually, 2 of these are going to be deleted. So that one as well. And then this comes backwards. Right there. Okay. And then this, we want to come over here. This one we want to delete. This one we want to delete. This one we want to come in to 16 or 32. This one, this, delete, this, delete, this. All right. The ladder is going to be a little bit of a problem, but we'll deal with that in a second. Delete, delete. All right. This one, bring it in. We don't need this. Yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that. Okay. This. We can delete. And then let's pull this in. Take this, delete, delete. Do that. All right, let's fix. Oh, the ladder is going to be a problem. This, I think we're going to have to just visually pull this back. But it's going to cause an issue on the side here. Damn it. There's really no easy way to do this. So I'm just going to leave those empty. They're just going to have to be empty. There's no easy fix for this little gap right here. There just isn't. So we're just going to have to leave that like it is. But that is the overall profile of the thing. This is a crazy tall structure. Let's see. What are we at now? 3,900 triangles. Not bad. And it is 14 plus 11. So 25 blocks tall. It's a beast. It's a huge structure. Um, okay. And up here is really not. There's not a lot of detail up here. At least we don't need a lot of detail up here. I mean, I would welcome anybody making, improvements, but texture-wise, again, all of my multi-blocks, texture-wise, I'm not using any giant UV unwrap textures, right? I am only using 32 by 32 textures that fit really nicely on the texture atlas, which largely doesn't cost anything, right? Because each block is mapped, each face of that block is mapped to a texture. I don't need any more texture atlas space than what I've already got, because all of these textures are reused multiple times, so they're already mapped. The game just maps that face to that reference wherever that texture is on the atlas. Very, very, very basic and straightforward. So yeah, this is largely optimized in terms of texture atlas space. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. Now we want a little bit of detail, as you can see. We want a little bit of detail going around this first platform here, as well as maybe a pipe coming up out of this into here. We might want something in here indicating maybe a heating element, or pick your poison, I guess. Just little details like this, make or break a lot of things, because people are largely visual creatures. So we're going to go here, collapse that. We're going to label this platform detail. So let's do I can't have it be the same texture as the concrete, because it's not meant to be the concrete. So there's a 16, and there's a 16, and there's a 16, and there's a 16. Come on, there's a 16. Okay, there we go. I might need have that go there. I think it needs to be thicker. And the west face, well, let's first come down here. Copy. The west face, paste. Trying to get something that can work. As far as the other colors, maybe I should go a darker gray. Let's go up, image, apply. That might work. Copy, paste, 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 paste. Okay. Now, well, yeah, I can do that. Copy that. God, why does it undo that? Why does it uncover all of these? Just randomly, like, I copy that and it's like, oh, I'm gonna stretch all these out. Like, no, don't do that. Let's go up here, platform detail 2. We are gonna bring this back. Come on, pick the right damn axis for once in my life. Okay. And then here. And then one more. Okay. Now, face. North. Okay, now I need all of these copied. Really? We move it up to here. Okay. Base. West. Copy 9.5, 16, 14.5. East. Paste. Oh my god. I don't know why when I paste, it doesn't paste the actual UV. I really wish, for God's sakes, I really wish there was a way to do that. It would be so handy. 0, 9.5, let's see, 0, 9.5, 16, 14.5. That's gonna be just nasty. Copy. East. No. West. Paste. Up here. Thank you. Now. There we go. No Z fighting. Good, good, good. Wait, why is East and West the same? Did I not? Oh, I didn't. Didn't override that face. This is the West. So we're gonna copy, paste, paste, paste. I thought I had done that already, but whatever. That does not seem like it's the right. Yeah. 9.5, 16, 14.5. 14.5. May not seem like a lot, but it does make a difference. Because it's mapped to be two pixels per voxel. So 0.5 is a single pixel. So this is going to be north. Let's see, west, clear, enabled, east, clear, enabled. We'll deal with the yeah, there's going to be a little bit of gap right there, but we can actually put a voxel in there and put a little end cap on it. Okay. Cube. Save. Duplicate. There we go. Gotta make it a little bit bigger so there's no Z fighting. There is going to be Z fighting a little bit in here. Wow, those textures are really bad. No, not much I'm going to be able to do about this unless I make this bigger. If I dial this back like there, and then I make it like that, and I could even drop it down to, up to, make a little end cap. And then do face, image, apply, copy, paste. Like that. And I cannot believe that I copied this Why is this texture so bad? Why is it being stretched? Why is that being stretched? Was it literally, why is that? Why did it do that? Why did it not remap the UVs when I Oh man, I have to do that to all these. God. Why did it not remap these when I changed the shape of that thing? My God, that is annoying. Another quality of life would be when you select this and I hit tab, it needs to auto highlight the number, right? There's literally somebody working on a new model editor for the game, and they're using Unity as their base renderer. And it's like, when I saw that, I'm like, why are they using Unity? Right? I even made a comment on the project on GitHub, and I'm like, why are you using Unity? Why aren't you using the game's actual engine? Or why aren't you using, something like well established and do a plugin for Blockbench? And the response was literally like, doing it the way that we're doing it with Unity is going to allow us faster like turnaround time, like prototyping. And I'm like, okay. And then do corner 2. Let's bring this down the blue axis. Those don't stick out as far. That's better. There we go. Now we need I'm going to copy this. We're going to drag this to its own transform. Okay, let's move. See? Why isn't it remapping? Right? Why isn't it remapping that face, the texture? Is it 5 or 4? It is 4. Why isn't it remapping that goddamn texture? I don't understand. Like this, it's so bizarre. Copy. We want south enabled. Paste. 9.5, 16, 14.5. 9.5, 16. East and west clear enabled. West clear enabled. Up, down, and south, and then we need north. So let's copy north. Let's make sure it's appropriately offset. That means this needs to get back one. That was too far out. So is this one. Okay, so this should now be repeatable. God. This up there. And again, it undid all of these for whatever reason. There we go. Oh, God damn it. There it is. And there is a detail I could add. I don't have a way of making it triangular, so this detail, right? These are oh Jesus. What just happened? I don't really have a way to make those triangular. The game doesn't really not allow you to do that. But I could grab something like this and copy it front. And let's see, move this in. Let's go back up and make it 10 wide. We don't really actually need to make it like that. I'm thinking. I don't know if that looks good or bad. It kind of looks bad to me. But it does match the corners, at the very least. So let's bump it up. Kind of give a nice little concrete box, whatever, for that. And then do a copy. And I need to scale it back. I like that. Okay. I think the basically, well, most of the upper part I think is relatively done. I don't want to get it too complex. I mean, what are we at now? 4192 triangles. So now we have a bunch. We could put a bunch of detail here down on the bottom. So let's merge. Why did all of these suddenly? Okay. So platform detail, merge, merge, merge. I can turn that on and off as I want. Yeah, building this is going to be woo! It's going to be a challenge, everybody. I really wish I was confident in that I could use my pipes to actually build out the pipes, but all of my pipes have a block entity, right? So it's like I don't know what would happen when I would swap, right, the pipe for like just a empty dummy block. I don't want to swap out that many block entities in one shot. I don't think that would be a wise thing to do. Let's grab one of these pipes. We're going to copy, move down. We can start hiding. Why did this uncover all of those? I don't get it. That and that. There we go. Hide that. And that. Right, they're all still there. I just hid them so I don't see them. Okay, and then this, we want to bring it down. I need to use the bathroom again. I'll be right back. All right. We're in the home stretch. Let's get this stuff done here. Let's see. Smokestack, I want a version of this. I want a vertical one. So tower one, let's do base pipe one. Let's drop this. Okay. Base pipe. Do V pipe. No, I want to move it. Let's change its size. And then let's take this, duplicate. Duplicate. Okay. Duplicate the whole thing. God, my brain just has not memorized this tool. I don't know why. Usually by now, after doing so many shapes and stuff, usually it would be pretty straightforward for me to like remember where shit goes. But yeah, this has just been a nightmare trying to figure this shit out. So let's copy this one, move it up. But we are going to want we need an elbow into the side here. So how do we want to do that? Okay, this face. Shit. Needs to be down here, I think. 8816 east. That. Okay, and then this one, delete. Cube. Face. Now, doing the like elbow is a little bit tricky. It's a different texture. right? It's a different texture like that. And then the really tough part is that is the south side, right? So the north, well, let's copy, paste. And then west and east. Well, east, actually, I don't need clear. It's the top. Copy, up, enabled, paste. Like that. And then take this, copy, like that. Yeah. And then copy this, bump it over. We need to make it bigger by 1. Okay, now south. East and west. Paste. Okay, and then we want 8, 4, 16, 13. 8, 4, 16, 13. Is that going the right direction? It is not. Top is okay. And the north. Looks okay. Ooh, something happened. Oh my god! Yeah, game. I wanted to click on it like that. What happened here? There we go. Is the other tower like that? Tower. Can we minimize that, please? It is not. So that must have been a misclick. Yeah, it's very easy to mess something up if you're clicking around willy-nilly. Try not to willy-nilly it. Okay, so this process was so damn complex. I don't know how much of that I want to redo. Let's copy this, put it on that pipe. This can go up. Now this I don't know why the origin was all hell and gone up above. Oh my god, look at the origin here. All of these are screwed with the origins. Oh. No, are these the same way? Yes. I was like, I'm not seeing the gizmo there. Okay, so what I want to do, basically, make that go into there. Okay. I want to copy this. Bring it down into here. Bring it down into here. There we go. No, I don't want it. I don't. Okay, just cooperate. I don't want it. There we go. Now I need to move it. And we're going to do the cheaty way, and we're just going to rotate it 90 degrees. There. It's the easy way to do it. So we have a fluid input, a fluid input. We have an item input. I don't even know how to move that. I think what we're going to do underneath here we're going to have some blocks underneath here. So let's go here, copy. Face up, clear, enabled. Copy, paste, east, west. stop undoing all of these when I copy one of these? It's just so weird. Okay. So heater 1, we can remove the south. No, that was the north. The north. Okay, and then heater 2, we're going to move. Okay. Copy it again. Heater 2, face, north, clear, enabled, south, clear, enabled. This, we're going to move. Okay. Base, south, clear, enabled. Okay. Now, what I'm basically kind of simulating here is just a giant heating element underneath the thing, like underneath the main tower. So the fluids all go in, but there's a big heating element underneath. Needless to say, this is going to consume a lot of power. Okay. So copy this again. God. This window is not tall enough. Move it. Really? I can't. Really? I can't zoom in any more than that. So let's go over here. What is happening to this texture? Why is this more than 16? I was moving the wrong goddamn thing. Okay. I was like, well, yeah. I was like, why isn't it moving? Yeah. It helps to click the right thing. Okay. And then one more time. Okay, so heater 1 east. And then these, both the west and the east, clear enabled. And then this one is the west. Okay. Now, new power cable 1. Face. Image. Import. Open. Apply. Copy. North. Clear enabled. South. Clear enabled. Up. Paste. Down. Paste. East, west, up, down. Yep, that's right. Paste. God, I want to just notch it in one. Why didn't it move? There it is. That's what it is. That's what I must have misclicked somewhere somehow. The auto resolution, and it just is like, nope, you don't get to do that. Yeah, I had a feeling. West. Why is this off? Do I have to do it 180 degrees? Yeah. There it is. And then down, yeah. Down 180. Nope. 270. There it is. I knew we'd get we're gonna get there. You know, one of these days we're gonna get there. Okay, so save. We're going to copy that, move it 1, 2, 3, 4. We are going to bring it it is 6 by 6, so we need two more. Face. I'm looking at the east. Okay. And then the down. Well, we'll have to deal with that in a second. This is going to be the north enabled. Copy, paste, 90. Now we're looking at the west. And this is the south. And then getting those bands to line up is like the hardest thing to do when you're doing this stuff. Okay. The down just needs to be a kind of a generic. Okay. I don't have an up. I do have an up. Up, clear. Okay. Save. And then copy. Why didn't that auto resolution? Now we can edit it. Okay. North. What face am I looking at? I think I'm looking at the east. Okay. North is good. South is good. West. Good. Down, I need to clear enabled. Right, because this is the thing you put the, the power Duvalaki on. Now, let's have a vertical pipe. Copy. Okay. Copy. And of course, we need to reset the origin here because the stupid thing. Okay. Now all my directions are going to be all scrambled. Oh man, this is going to be a complex shape. What I could do is I could cheese the hell out of this and just add a block. I think I will. Just YOLO this shit. Cube. Output. Junction. Why is that? Oh, that is way too far in. There it is. I was like, that should be centered. Yeah, okay. There it is. Now, face, image. Copy, paste, down, layer enabled. Okay. Now, if we take a peek, I have a little thing in here, but again, it's not precise, not exact. Plus these little angles and stuff, very hard to do. But these angles I could do. These sideways ones here, those I could do. But there is one little detail in this that I would like to replicate, and that's the fence. So we're going to take another cube. Let's bring it. No, I don't want to touch the origin. Jesus. Oh, right. I need to back it away. 16. 16. 16. Oh, no. 0. Back it away. Face. This would be north. Image. Apply. Cube. Transparent. Face. Because there is a fence that goes around the bottom part of this. Let's see if I can find a good shot of it. I don't really have a good shot of it. You can see here, we got a fence that goes around. You know, it's for safety. But I don't know if, when you're looking at it from the back, right, if it actually is going to do that. So I'm going to take this, copy, and go south, enabled paste, and just see, like, maybe that works. But you can see, I can't see through it now. Yeah, so let's just do that. This is going to be fence. And let's build another one and put this here. 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 Okay, and then we want to go. Okay. Um, Copy. No, I don't want to move the page. I want to move the thing, just like I was scrolling. Okay. Now I want to do that again. I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees and really mess my brain up trying to figure out how to center this. Okay. Let's see. Do I want to put one in the front right there? Do I want to put one in the front right there? I mean, it would make sense, for safety. Oh. No! God damn it! Why does it do that? Okay. Now, I could either make this opaque, right? Or not opaque, but I could make this a collision by putting a block there, right? Some sort of dummy block. Or make it so you can walk right through it. Not 100% sure what I want to do about that, but this right here is like 1.5 blocks tall. It would be very, very hard to get in through there. Like, I don't know how tall the character model is when you're crouched, like how tall the collision box is. So you might be able to get into this when you're crouched, because remember, there's going to be no step down, right? Visually, it's a thinner platform, but collision box wise, it's going to be the full height platform, right? So it is what it is. But let's get all of our stuff re-enabled here. Okay, let's find all of the things. This input, I don't really know what to do about this, but it is what it is. I'm going to just YOLO that. It will magically work.
Needless to say, this thing is going to be pricey. Very pricey. I'm wondering the texture on these blocks here. These are going to be concrete, like reinforced concrete blocks. I think I've not been happy with this texture. Let's get this. Well, let's get the reference deleted. Where? Oh, where? There's the platform detail. Okay. Knew we were missing something. So if we go to face, we are looking at the south image. Import. Deco? No. Stone. Reinforced. Apply. Copy. Paste. 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 Like, I don't know if that's better or worse. If we go image, import. What was this texture before? This image. It was this concrete internal. I don't know. What's everybody think? Which one of these would be better? Yeah, that's concrete internal plane. Reinforced. Concrete gray plane. That might be too dark. Yeah, that might be too dark. So we can go in here and go delete unused textures, save, just to make sure there's not a reference to a texture we're not using. Okay. And there it is. Like, that's, whoa, that's basically the structure. I really wish set backdrop. I really wish I could set the backdrop color. Ooh. Set color. Oh, no. Like, I'd love to set that background color to just like white or some neutral color to be able to mask that out. Because when I go in here to like, I select this gray. Because when I do like, what was it? Set backdrop or something? Yeah, set backdrop. It's like, I want a JSON. It's like, why do you want a JSON? Why not an image? Set a backdrop image. And then to unselect everything, you just select root up here. But then we can create a clip of that. Copy. Very old version of Photoshop. New paste. Yeah, because when I come in here and do like a magic wand, and it's like, okay, well, that seems to have done a good job. Tolerance is 1, so it's, yeah, it did a good job there. I want to do layer mask, and then do that. This is why I wanted to set the background color. To make this way faster. Oh, now the ladder. Oof, that's going to be rough. Oh man. There it is. I'm going to save. We're going to save it to, yeah, Chem plant. Just so I don't have to redo that again. There. That's a big building, everybody. That is a huge building. Save. C. Programming. Vintage engineering. Design docs. Chem plant. All right. Well, we have a shape. We have something to work with. Now, what kind of icon would do well for the core, right? So the core, let's close this. Design docs, do I have MB icons? Okay. So there and there. Now the core, the core needs an icon. So what would be a good icon for a chemical plant? Let's kind of spitball an idea here. So maybe if I do let's see 16. I could maybe widen these by 1. Save. Save. This would be Chem plant icon. Not, I mean, not sure how else to represent a chemical plant, but the overall shape of it. So we come in here and we go, all right, multi-block. Just basically pump jack, copy, paste. Chemical plant. We're going to leave the multi-block stuff alone for now. The highlight we can bump to like 60, I think. See, the last one we did was the distillation extension, and what is that? 58. Base, 57. Derrick is 56. Pump jack, ooh. It's also 56. Creosote oven. This is not the right thing. There it is. 55. So for some reason, I didn't bump the version. So I think the pump jack, I'm going to have to bring, well, I could make the pump jack 59. Let's make the pump jack 59. I'm not using that number. The reason why you need a different highlight ID is the game, that's how the game manages like the highlights, is what highlight ID system that you're using. And so, you know, highlight ID 60 is separate from highlight ID 59. So if I clear highlight ID 60, it doesn't touch the highlights from 59. And so that's just how that works. Now, you could be building more than one at a time, and that, like, just don't do that. Don't do that. Build one at a time. It's hard enough. This feature is hard enough and complex enough. I don't need y'all like purposefully breaking that jet, because I just don't. Okay. We have this max power per second. Okay, so power per second. I'm going to throw a number out there. 15,000. Max power will be 40,000. 50,000. Good even round number. Well, maybe 60,000. A good 4 seconds worth of power. VEMB chemical plant. There is no crafting, or no. I think I have to have the entity behavior on here just because it's part of the it's part of the interface, the electrical interface. So it's like, but there's going to be no stuff. There's going to be no animation to it at all. We don't need this. Fluid capacity 2,000 liters. We don't need that. Shape. Shapes, block, multi-block machine. Chemical plant core. Okay, and then I need to go here, open, face, image, import. Apply, copy, paste, save, delete unused textures, save, and exit. All right, so that's the core and the chemical plant Big Bertha ready to go. Just doing one more check over everything here. This thing is going to be so big. This multi-block structure is it's going to be obscene how large this thing is. There are so many blocks. There's going to be so many. And now there's not going to be a lot of different types of blocks. So the actual variety of blocks, but this offsets tree is going to be crazy how big this is going to be. So yeah, this entity class, not obviously it's going to be VEBE chemical plant. Okay. So 15,000 power per second. That is roughly 1,500 power per tick. Because all my machines tick 10 times a second. So 1,500 power per tick. So 15,000 power per second is like 415 might be too much. No, I mean, think about it in this way. And again, these are just rough numbers. I haven't done any research to balance or anything like that. So when you are just like cracking or when you're distilling crude oil and you have a max stack distillation tower, right? You have max extensions, 6 extensions. Your net gain of power, if you used all the fuels, right, all the liquids as burnables, your net gain is like 3.4 million power per second. That's your net gain of power. Not per second. It's 3.4 million power per craft, I should say. It's a 5-minute craft, and you put 1.5 million power in, and you get a net gain of like 3.4 million power, right? Because you get more than 3.4, but it costs 1.5. So, you're already getting a net gain of huge amounts of power from that. But if you're not burning all of them, let's say heavy oil, you want to go into this machine and you want to crack it. So the power per second rating of the machine is largely going to be dictated by like how much power in fuel the thing can generate if you're like cracking heavy oil, right? Or cracking naphtha. So I have to figure out like a baseline, like what this thing should do, because unlike the distillation tower, this power per second rating is a flat fee basically. So regardless of what goes in, if you're cracking heavy oil versus naphtha versus LPG, you could crack all three of those, and you may get a differing amount of power. One of those might not give you a net gain of power, right? It might cost power, but the products you get out are actually extremely useful, right? So, it's up to people who have chemistry degrees to basically give me suggestions on that, and I don't want it really nitty-gritty detailed, right? I'm not trying to simulate real life here. I'm trying to gamify it a little bit, try to make it engaging and interesting without making it really, really grindy. So, there's a balance to be had there, but bottom line, for the baseline of it, I want cracking heavy oil to have a net gain of power, right? So you feed in heavy oil, you feed in water, and then you provide the power. Okay, so X amount of power per second, heavy oil and water, and then the craft. What I want to try to do is make the craft the same amount of time, or maybe I don't know. Again, I'm open to ideas or suggestions or well thought out. Like, I think this would make sense. This would be interesting, and this is how I balanced it. Like, throwing out random numbers doesn't help me. I need to kind of know where that number came from, right? So let's say you crack heavy oil and you get out some like bitumen, right? That's one of the things that you could get out, plus maybe a whole bunch of LPG, right? So you put like 10 liters in, or whatever, or 3.5 liters, whatever the craft is, and you get out like 3.4 liters of LPG or something like that. Like, you get out a pretty significant amount of that. I have to do the math on what that means in terms of what we can do, because I do want a single chemical plant, to be able to support multiple distillation towers, right? The output of so you can have, let's say, 4 distillation towers, all crafting, right? Consuming huge amounts of power, but producing huge amounts of power in fuels. And then all 4 of those, the heavy oil from all 4 of those can go into just one chemical plant, and the chemical plant will be able to supply that, right? So I've got to sort of determine what people would want, what feels it, because this machine is going to be crazy expensive to build. The amount of iron and steel that goes into this thing is obscene, right? So, we are going to need a vast amount of resources to build this thing, and I want to make it worthwhile. I really do. So yeah. the power per second rating of this is going to be a very important number to dial in. But I as always, I'm open to ideas. I'm open to recommendations. I kind of need to know what the justification is behind that. If you think about it and you draw something up, I would love to know, like, hey, I looked at this and this amount of power goes in, and this, like, I did all the math, right? And people can have their own idea about what a good balance would be. I just, like, I'm starting from scratch here. I have no North Star to sort of look at and go, okay, let's head to that point. But because one of the products that this is going to make, right, is going to be plastic, and plastic will be used in, you know, the next tier of things, right? So this is not just for cracking down oil products you don't want. This is also going to be crafting the materials, the advanced materials for the next tier, or some of the advanced materials. So anyway, yeah, that's going to do it for today, everybody. We got ourselves a chem plant. So, yeah, she's done. I mean, as done as I'm going to get it. If somebody out there wants to, you know, take a crack at it and say, hey, this might be a better design or what, because it's quite a lot of triangles, and it's going to be brutal when you build this thing. Brutal to actually form, right? When you right click the thing to form it, you know, it's going to be rough. It's going to be a lot of blocks that have to get swapped. So anyway, thank you all for coming by. If I missed your chat, I apologize. I really try to focus on what I'm doing. And you know, sometimes I forget that because when I watch people stream and they're constantly talking to chat, I lose interest. Right? I don't watch somebody's stream to watch them talk to chat. I watch them to whatever they're doing on stream, like playing a game or doing a tutorial or something like that. I'm not watching, like, if you have comments about what I'm doing or questions or you want clarification, that's one thing, right? But just having a banter back and forth, like, okay, well, as much as I would love that, like, there are times and places for that, especially if I'm just sitting in voice or something. But still, I understand people have expectations, so it is just my streaming style is more centered on, like, trying to do what I'm trying to stream. But anyway, thank you all for coming by, and I'll see everybody back here on Saturday.